to our live stream where Eli is going to build a chore app and make it into a SaaS live. And we're going to help him along and encourage him and watch as it happens. So we're so excited to have you here. This is sponsored by NoCoders, which we go live every day of the week, Monday through Friday, for office hours. And we answer people's bubble questions and help them get through all of those difficulties that they might be having getting their apps out the door. So if you would like to join us in office hours, please go sign up at pronocoders.com. We're going to go ahead and without further delay, welcome Eli. Happy to have you here.
Hey.
To get started, I'll go ahead and share your screen here.
All right.
We'll move to the side here. Thomas and I will probably go off camera and let you work, but we'll be here. So.
All right.
Ben says, here we go. Hey, Ben.
All right, welcome everyone. This is kind of exciting, and we've been wanting to do something like this for a while, and personal needs are always a good push to making something that other people will possibly need. Can you hide my screen just for a second, Tanya? Thank you.
No problem.
I thought I had some stuff moved around here, but I don't. Okay. All right, I'm good to go.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. So this is driven by a personal need for it, and we're going to kind of jump in, and we're going to start where we should with every app. We're going to start with the database, and I've put some thought into this, but I'll be honest, I wanted this to be very real life, right? Like if this was a project that we were going to build for a client, this would all be hashed out in the scoping process. But a lot of times you're watching videos of people building it's very cleaned up from what the real process looks like. So we're just going to talk through everything as we go. The app that we're going to build is going to be a platform for parents to manage chores for their kids. And so we're going to have a parent portal where the parent can add their kids to the platform, where they can add chores to the platform, and where they can add rewards to the platform. So the idea is that every kid will have a bank of money, but the parents will be able to add other things. So maybe a kid is very into Legos and wants a specific Lego set. The parent can add that Lego set as a reward, and then allow specific chores, whatever that chore might pay the kid to do, allow the kid to push that towards that Lego set, or maybe it's a video game or whatever it might be. But the idea there then is to give the kids something that they can work towards, and they can see, like, I'm earning this Lego set, and I've earned half of it, or I've earned this percent, but maybe their focus changes and they want to jump on something else. It just kind of tracks all that, and hopefully is some kind of a motivation for the kids to work on their chores and to log in and do this stuff. So the other side of the chores is there will be the option to have general chores that are just expected. There's no reward for it aside from living in the house. And then there will be the ability to add chores that have a value and have like a set frequency, like this gets done on Monday and Wednesday and Friday, or this gets done every day, or this gets done on Tuesdays. And then one more scenario for chores where you can put a chore in that you want done. And maybe you're like me, and you need to clean your office, but you don't feel like it. So you pop the chore in there and say, hey, I'll pay someone, $3 to clean my office. And then that chore will just show up for the kid when they're in their dashboard, and they can say, hey, I'll do this. And just go ahead and do it and check it off, and then that will get assigned to them. So the second dashboard then is for the kids, where they can click on their name, put in their little passcode. We're not creating an actual login for kids today. We'll set the database up so that that's possible for older kids, but kind of imagine this around my own kids, which are younger. And so I don't really want to give them a login. So they will actually access it through either me or my wife's account. They'll just be in a child mode, and then they can access their own dashboard. And then from their dashboard, they can see chores that are expected today. They can see the rewards that they have available. They can see like what they've earned and all of that. So yeah, kind of exciting. And we're going to start with the database and talk through that. And that's going to be the first thing that we start setting up inside the app. We'll set up the database, and then we'll set up the privacy rules. And we want to set this up so that it's possible for many parents to use it for their own family and for it to be super secure. And I believe we can, if you're on YouTube, you can comment. I can't see those comments, but Tanya will pop in with them. And
yep, we're talking to Ben and Maria in the comments already. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, YouTube's the best place for interacting in the comments. I think you can as well from Facebook, but sometimes we can't see your name or information. So head on over to YouTube and find us. Our channel is pretty easy to find. It's just Pro NoCoders.
Cool. All right, so we're gonna dive in, and this is likely going to be a very long live.
We're ready.
Build. So just a heads up, it's going to take some time to build this out. We're going to get as far as we can. Hopefully that's a completed product, but you've been warned. So, all right. So first thing we're going to start off, and I'm just here in Miro. We have a user, right? Like every app's going to have a user. And this comes by default. And this user is going to be, our parents, where they're going to be logging in, but we want to allow multiple parents to log into the same account. And so I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. We're going to need an account data type. All right, and then the account data type here is going to be the hinge pin for everything that we do with privacy rules and for everything inside a specific account. So almost everything will have a link back to this. And this is a hinge pin for the team functionality. Right. And then we'll make a connection. So user will have, and I'm not gonna get too bogged down in getting the diagram exactly right, but every user will have a link to an account, and then we're actually going to do, we're going to add some list fields to the account itself, and every account will have a list of parent users. Ultimately, when we would add children, the ability for children to actually have a login to the app, we would have a list of children users as well, but for now it's just going to be a list of parent users. All right, so we're going to need another data type here, and this is going to be our child account. Let's call it child, and then this is going to be main central for everything connected to a specific child.
Can't quite read what you're typing. It's a little difficult to see.
Yeah. All right. I'm not going to even type this stuff. I'm just going to make them. I'm just going to make big accounts.
Yep,
if that works.
okay.
All right. So child will have a link to an account, and child will have a link to their parent, and then the account will have a list of children, and then the parents will each have a list of children as well. And I normally create two-way connections. It's not always necessary, but with the way Bubble's privacy rules are set up, it's a lot easier to be able to set up privacy rules where we can say if this user's account is this child's account, then we can give them access to a bunch of things. And so this actual connection between the user and child would not be necessary, and we may pull that out. But all right, so this is going to be the basic setup that we need to manage the actual team. And then we will need to manage our chores. So let's create a chore data type. And we'll actually create a reward data type here as well. All right, so the chore will be the actual job that needs to be done. The reward will be potential rewards that the value from that chore can be assigned to. All right, so the chore will be assigned to a child. And we're going to go with, and Tanya, as we're talking through this, if you have any thoughts, the idea here is that a chore will be assigned for a specific child only. And then there will be some that won't be assigned to any child. We won't have chores that are assigned to multiple children.
Got it. So chores will not belong to multiple children, only one child, but some chores will be childless.
Right.
Got it.
But essentially, you're not going to assign vacuuming to two children for the same day. All right. So we have a chore, and then we're going to create what I think I'm going to call just a chore event. And this will simply be a record of when a chore was completed by the child. We will create this chore event. And in fact, I'm going to move this reward over here so we can kind of get this together. I don't know that we're going to build this functionality in, but I'm going to add one more connection data type here. And this we're going to call chore rewards. And this would allow the parent to assign specific rewards and perhaps even the amount of the chore that can be assigned to a specific reward. So it's kind of between reward and chore rewards, but we'll use this as our list of chore or rewards that a child can select as their payment for doing a specific chore. Okay. All right. So child will have their dashboard. They can see chores need to be done. If they do a chore, we will create a chore event that will specify that chore. Can actually add, we'll just call it a transaction for now. It feels very formal for a kids thing, but it makes sense. So the transaction will allow there to be multiple transactions per chore event. and then it will be connected to the chore. It will be connected to the reward, and it will be connected to the child. So in this transaction, we'll hold an amount that is being awarded for this event, but this will allow us at some point in the future, if we see the need, rather than storing that amount directly on the chore event, by breaking this out into an additional data type, it'll allow us to track split rewards. So maybe they split it up, and half of the chores paid in dollars, the other half is paid against their Lego set. All right. Just looking through here, see if there's anything else that we need for now. We always discover other things after we're setting this up in the app when we design it this way.
Always.
But let's see. Child chore reward. So, all right, we're going to need a connection here to the child. And so this reward, when a child is created, we will actually we'll just create a main reward, and we'll just call it maybe bank or something, and that will be where value is built up as far as just monetary reward. So there'll be a single one of those created, and then that will be the main reward that's available, and then we'll use that same object to create additional rewards as well. I think that makes sense. So, all right, and then as far as flows, when this user signs up, we'll need to create an account, and then that's essentially it to start off. So, all right, let's start building this out in Bubble.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to check this, make this data type private by default. What that will do is, in the privacy rules here, every time we create a data type, it's going to automatically, it will automatically add a privacy rule where everyone else, which just basically means if we don't create some kind of a rule, no one will be able to see data from that data type. And I like this. I like that Bubble added it because it just forces you to follow through on privacy and make sure that you're setting your privacy up properly. So,
do you know if they removed the ability to set that as a default at the app level? They had it for a while.
is it? I mean, I think this is at the app level, is it not? Like if you check this, it will stay there.
It will stay there. Okay. So
I believe so.
I thought there was something in settings that you could do, but maybe I was confused.
I don't know. Maybe I may just not have seen it. So, all right. Data type 1 will be account. Data type 2 will be child. Right. We're going to have a chore. Have a chore event. While we're here, let's go ahead and make a note, and we'll say this is designed to track every time this chore is performed. Right, and then we have a chore reward. And this is used to define the rewards available to be redeemed. for a specific chore. Okay. Transaction and then reward. Okay, so we have the core of our database here. And this is, I just realized we're gonna need some type of a redemption object as well, but we'll leave that for now. It's going to track amounts that have been redeemed against specific rewards for the child. All right, so the user, we're going to go ahead and create an account. I have made a habit of adding an underscore before every connection to a data type. It's not necessary, but I find it very handy. It separates my fields, all my connection fields to the top when I'm looking at my data type, and just very obvious if it has an underscore in front of it. I know that's connected to something in the database.
Super smart.
All right, so let's say the user is connected to an account. All right, we'll go to the account, and then this is going to have say parent list. In fact, right, and oh no, I did that, didn't I? Man,
It happens.
if I don't click list, I bet half the time I delete fields and have to redo them.
Yep, same here.
Right. So let's try this again. User parent list. Okay. That's good. Let's see. This is going to be child list. Yeah, I did it again.
We have a request from Maria if we can zoom in or make the UI bigger because we're having trouble seeing a little bit.
Sorry guys. Let's wonder if this it doesn't impact the rest of this, does it? It does not. Here. Is that better?
I was on mute. Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, so account, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a name. It's a text field just so people can name their family cool things. And all right, so let's create an option set here. And this is gonna be a status. Status on the account.
Maria says thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We'll just say, we'll keep this simple. It's just going to be active or inactive. Status, and then we'll just attach that. And let's make this active by default, since we're not going to build any kind of approval into this. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go through on every one of these and just give it an account reference. It would not necessarily be required for all of them, but it's just a simple way to kind of track this and set up the privacy rules. So, by the way, just kind of a tip: if you standardize the way you build your fields, so I put name here, and this is essentially being used as a title. It's if you copy a condition, right? So if I copy a condition, say I have name on child, right? And so I copy a condition or an expression over from an account reference to a child reference. If that name here is the same, it'll copy directly over without you having to reconfigure it. But if maybe I named it on child, maybe I named it title or something, then you'll have to click on it and go and select title as your text. So anywhere you can standardize specific fields on that you have throughout your data types, that can just help when you need to.
That's so cool.
Copy and paste expressions across.
I think I've seen that happen, and I didn't know why. So.
All right, so reward. All right, let me go ahead. We're going to link this to a child. I'm not going to. I'm going to go a little more simple on the database. It's possible you would want the same reward available for multiple children, and we could use it that way. But I'm just going to set it up so that a reward is specified to a specific child. If it's specified to Jim, he can claim a reward against it, but John can't. You had to recreate that reward for them. Let's see, transaction. All right, we know what we need here. So we're going to need account. We need a Chore event. Chore reward. Child. Let's give this an amount. And I think we will need this at some point, so we'll just give this an amount redeemed. All right, that's good for now. Okay. That was transaction. Okay. Date. Actually, let's go ahead and add a date. Date earned. That would not necessarily be required because we have the created date, but if we ever need to, post create something, having all our references to a specific field that we have the ability to control is invaluable. Okay.
Yep, and I do that with with the creator too. I always make a separate field for user.
Mhm. Okay. So reward, we're going to have an account. We're going to have child. And we don't need a connection to chore rewards, and we don't need a connection to transaction. So I think we have everything we need there as far as connections, but let's go ahead and give this a name field. And let's give it an amount, which would be the total value of this reward. Create an option set, and this will be we'll go ahead and do this. So either be main or additional. We're not going to give that a default because that could be either one. Throughout. And let's give this an image. We'll keep this fairly simple. We'll just give this a date redeemed. We'll use that as whether or not it's still or it has been redeemed, and track the date that it was as well. Actually, let's give it a status as well. So this will be available. All right. We're good there. All right, so chore reward is simply a connection between the chore and the reward itself. And we'll use that as our list of what can be redeemed against a specific chore. So really all we need here is we need a connection to specific chore. And a specific reward. And it's connected to an account. We have the connection to the child through the chore. We don't need to search it outside of the chore. I think that's all we need on that one. So, yeah, that will come back to bite me. every time I think that's all we need, we're gonna need more. Okay, a chore event. What are we using this for? So this is to actually track when an event was performed. Okay, so let's give this a child. Let's give this a chore. And let's give this a name. Let's give this a date. We'll just say date done. That will work. Need an amount. Okay, so we have chores done. We'll create this. We'll add the chore, the child, the account, the amount, the date it was done, and the name of the chore. All right, let's keep it simple. That's actually, let's add a list of transactions. I think that would be helpful here. So let's say transaction list. So, and it's unlikely there'll ever be more than 2 or 3 transactions, right? So, okay, cool. So chore. Here we will need a link to a child so that we know which child can access this. Let's just go ahead and create a type here. So I'm going to do type of chore, and let's call it trying to think. So we need to track 2 things here. We need to track no, so we don't. Okay, we need to track whether there's any kind of reward that can be earned for it, and we also need to track whether it's a kind of a floating chore that anyone can do, or if it's assigned to a specific child. Let's use the amount on the chore. So we'll add an amount field, and we will use this to determine, because it's really a yes or no, is there pay or not. If this is 0, then it's not being paid. If it's greater than 0, then it is. So I think that's the simplest way to manage that. And then this will be, we'll just call it assigned or floating. Okay, and we could actually use, just use the whether or not a child is assigned to it for that, but that is that's a permanent record. So if it might be cool to know if what chores were a floating chore, or which child is doing the floating chores, right? And if we use the child connection, as soon as that child connection is made when they claim it, then we don't have that data anymore. So we'll go ahead and use that option set. So to track that. All right, we'll just say type. Right. Okay. So count, child, type, amount. Give this name as well. And okay, so we're going to start looking into how to set this up for specific days. And to do that, we're just going to go ahead and create a day of week option set. And we'll start with Sunday. Just give me a second. I'm just going to be typing for a little bit. I actually build this option set on almost every app. So I should just have one to copy and paste. And AirDev may have one actually.
It's true. I can look that up and see if I can find a link.
That would be great. I know they have an app that has a list of states and list of countries. But
yep, I've used that one too.
All right, so we're going to add an attribute here that is day number. We'll use this to match it against the current day of the week. And let's go ahead and give this a short text as well. All right, so Sunday is going to be 0. And let's say sun. Monday would be 1. So and you'll see when we get there, but the way we're going to use this is we'll use this by extracting the current day from the current date time. And it's just a very that's a short name. THUR, THU. Everything else has 3 letters. We'll match this day number then again against what the current date extract day is. Okay, we have our option set. All right, so if we go back to Chore, we're going to add a list here, and this is going to be, what do we call it? It's going to be a list of days that this chore should be done on. Excuse me. So let's say, what's a good name for this? To do. All right, that works. And that would be a field type of day of week, and then this is going to be a list. Okay. All right, so short have the count, child, amount, days to do it, name, and type. Actually, let's go ahead and put a list of chore rewards here. Again, that's going to be a very small list, pretty much any scenario. Chore rewards. Okay.
I found those option sets from AirDev and I sent the link in the chat.
Oh, nice. Nice, nice. All right, so child. Let's go ahead and I'm going to give them a link to a list of parents, which would be a user. I think this link is unnecessary, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right, so the child would need, so a link to the account, a link to the users, and rewards are linked back, chores are linked back. Everything else is pretty much linked back to them. Yes, okay. We're going to leave it, the connections right there for now. So we'll give this child a name. No age needed. We're going to build a little piece of UI where they can have their own little pin, but it's within a protected account already, so we're not going to worry about protecting that. And so we'll just store a little pin for them right here. And we'll just say, all right, and there might be additional data we need there, or that they just want to see in the app. But I think that's all we need at the moment. All right, in account, we have child list, parents, name, status. Okay, so let's go to the user. And so we have, I'm go ahead and create a type of user just in anticipation of giving, older children the ability to log in. So we're just going to say parent and child. We're not going to do anything with that today, but I think we'll need it at some point. All right, and let's make that default to parent. We'll change that later if we need to. Okay, let's create a list of children here. Again, I think this is unnecessary, but we're going to do it anyway. All right, name. I'll do name first. Don't think we're going to collect phone right now. We'll get an email. And then let's just add one more. We're going to say user partner. So this would just be the other parent. That will be available through the account, but could be useful to have directly on the user as well. Okay, I think we have something that's workable here. And we're going to go ahead and dive in to privacy. So the account, we're going to change this to say current user's account is this account, and say user's account. The current user's account is this account. So let's say, and current user's type is parent. Okay. That will give them the ability to view everything. All right, we'll come back to that later as needed. So child, let's say current user's child list contains this child. Actually, let's just switch that around. Current user's account, that's why we're making this connection, is this child's account. All right. That's going to be easier to maintain. I'm going to be account based. And normally you'll want to come back then and start narrowing down. This app doesn't have much in way of personal details aside from some basic names and emails. We'll make sure those are locked down. But when you have you start carrying specific details that are really private, this is a part of the app building process that you do not want to ignore.
And it's so much better to just start with really strict privacy rules and lessen them as you need to.
It is. All right, so this chores, we'll just switch it out, is current user's account. It's likely we'll come back into here a couple times as we're as we start building out the functionality. So chore event. And so like on this, and in fact, let's just define a new rule here. So get rid of it anyway, so you can say current users, just to like be the parent, right? So current users child list contains this chore events child, that works. Or this chore events chores child, that works. But, and in fact, if we could do more of this, it would take away some of the complex data structure that's needed in Bubble. But you can see this is not going to give us any search access, which is not necessarily a bad thing, since we could access it by searching for a chore and then getting that chores list of events. But in this scenario, I think it's just going to be easier to go with. No, I already have that one set up. This chore events account is current user's account. All right, chore reward. I'm tired of typing that. So the creator is, when you start building out team accounts that multiple people need access to, the creator role with this, this thing's creator is current user. It becomes unwieldy, like it becomes unnecessary, really, which is the whole point of creating the account data type, is to manage that versus this thing's creator, because you want everyone to be able to see it. And so it's an unnecessary rule, unless you need to, sometimes there's still some scenarios where things need to be, as far as the ability to edit or something like that, still needs to be connected directly to the creator of the thing. But in this case, we just don't need it.
I found for testing apps and stuff like that, it just makes sense to make that an owner, like make that a separate field and designate it instead of created by.
Yeah, and especially anything that may have some type of integration with it. Because I've seen it happen so many times where an app initially is built around a creator field, and then they want to be able to upload a CSV or import something through the API or through Integra Matters or Zapier, and now your creator field is not populated, or it's populated by the admin, right?
Yep.
So that's a very, very good call out. All right, user's account. All right, so user's own data. This is good. So this user is current user. Let's add one. This user is in same account. So let's say this user's account is current user's account. Then we'll find this in searches. I mean, really, this probably doesn't matter a lot. We'll leave it there just so it's in place, but yeah, we'll leave it there because it's in place, but you're talking partner to partner, right? So there's nothing really expected to be in the functionality we're building now that would not be known by your partner at this point. All right, so we'll just give you all fields, can find the searches, and just to make us feel better, we'll leave the view attached files undone. Okay, anything obvious I'm missing here, Tanya?
No.
Okay. I think we're about ready to build.
Yes.
Yay.
Let's do it.
Yay. All right.
We have Thomas with us today. He's going to help with the design aspect of the build. And I don't think our audience has met Thomas on a live broadcast like this before. You see him on office hours all the time. But Thomas, if you want to say hi.
What up, peeps?
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
We really do. Because we know I'm not a designer.
Same.
So, okay. So we're gonna create 3 pages. One's gonna be our login page, and we're not gonna worry about password resets. We're just gonna do. We're gonna set up the magic login link, just for simplicity. At some point, maybe we do a login page walkthrough, but that is not this this build. So we're going to do it in the responsive editor, and we're going to put the login page directly on the index. So we're going to start here, and I've actually added an element called loader, and it's a full page loader. I built a similar element for the Canvas UI plugin, but this is going to be on a separate plugin. Probably have it available next week, I'm guessing, and this will be a Pro NoCoders plugin. But it's one of the only, I think it's the only element that will actually show loader before actual page elements in Bubble. And so you can kind of see what that looks like here if we refresh. I found a little kitty animation to put on it.
That's perfect.
So I thought that fit today. But all right, so let's grab a group. In fact, maybe I can log in here. Nope. I can't remember my login. I really want to log in though.
What's that fancy thing you've got there, Eli?
This is the Pro NoCoders extension.
Extension. I'm excited.
You always sound so like, what was that? All right. Can you send me your login, Tanya, in the private chat?
Oh, yeah, yep. Sure, I have to remember what it is.
All right, so this page is we're gonna build in the responsive engine. This page is set to column, and I'm just gonna call this sign up login, and we'll drop a group here in the center. Let's see. We'll make this a row. In fact, let's just.
Oh, yeah, Tunde is excited about making their own custom loaders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's honestly, it's surprisingly difficult. To like the making the loaders is not that hard, but to get it to show without having kind of that partial page load and then your loader pops up. But yeah, we'll send out an email next week as soon as that's ready to go. All right, so let's make this into, actually, let's make, no, that needs to be a column. So this will be our container. All right, so it's going to be a row, and then let's drop another group in here. Oh, you made a login page, Thomas.
Oh, I have you muted, Thomas. Here, I'll unmute you.
Yep.
Well, I should not build one then. Okay, perfect. All right, let's just hide this. Oh, hold on, we're gonna need the. Okay. Okay, we're gonna use a magic link. So we'll just take the email and say sign up. Oh, we can't sign up with a magic link, can we? All right, so we'll make this for the login. That'll be fine.
You can't?
Well, I think you can. It's a little bit of a workaround.
I thought we were doing that just fine, Thomas. Do you remember?
I think we have to create the user.
Yeah, worked pretty well, I remember.
Sign the user up. Here, we did this. So sign the user up, input email, and then
I sent you the credentials in the private chat.
thank you.
Yatunde says, it's really hard, especially to get it to work the way it should. I'm really looking forward to this plugin. Eli's plugins have really helped me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I just like totally posted your password out there.
I saw that. I'm going to change it real fast.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh man. All right. So okay, we'll leave that over there for now. Are we gonna have just the one button, Thomas? So we need to check if that user exists, right?
Do you want two buttons? I just left it there because you wanted magic login.
Yeah. Do you have a way of doing the magic login, sign up or login with one button?
Tanya has memorized pretty well, but is that what you're asking? Like the actual
Yes.
flow?
Yes.
Tanya has it pretty nailed down pretty well.
What you got, Tanya?
Wait, hang on a second.
Oh, you're resetting your.
Okay, it's reset. What was the question?
Signing up or logging in with a single button on Magic Link.
Yeah, but what's the question?
We got to check if the user exists, whether we sign them up or we just send them the link.
Gotcha. So I'm still
If you
not.
don't, he said you had a flow on. If not, I'll set up a backend workflow to check that.
Yeah, go ahead and set up the backend workflow. That's how we were checking it before.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, perfect. All right. So the issue here is for those watching, we're going to lock down the email on the user. So no, we can't, for a logged out user, we can't do a search and see if an email exists. What we can do is we can create let me turn it on here. We can create a backend workflow. And from there, we can essentially give them, we can run as an admin and check if that user exists. So let's go ahead and go to the backend. And let's create a new workflow. We'll say user exists. And this will be user email. And then here we're just going to respond and say we're going to return data. Let's say user exists. It's going to be a yes or no. And so here we'll just do a search. So let's see, we can do a search for a user, for email equals user email. And then let's say first item. So we're saying if the user exists. So first item is not empty. If the first item is not empty, we'll return yes on this. If it is empty, we'll return no. And then we'll set this up in fact, let's just make this so it cannot be run without authentication. So we're gonna set this up in the API connector. Now this stuff feels like you get getting distracted, right? But it's important to set to just keep that privacy top of mind. So we're going to add. So how you authorize with your own backend workflows. So we're going to have authorization, and then bearer is going to be in. In fact, we could put it in here. So we'll just do that. That'll be easier. And then in settings, we'll go into API, and we're going to generate a new API token, and we'll just call this PNC Chore app. And we're going to grab that token. Drop it in there. Let's get rid of this header. Okay, now we just need to call this user exists. This is going to be a post. And let's grab this URL. So this is the base URL for the back end of this app. We're going to drop it in here, and then let's just copy. I'm going to cut all this out, and we'll call this base URL. And then, so on the front end, you'll see what we do then. This base URL key, we're going to want to populate that with website home URL, and that will automatically send either the live or whatever version you're working on. It will send the correct URL all the way up through the version test / version live /. All right, and then we named this user exists, right? Yes, user exists. Right. Let's just say content type application /JSON. And we're going to pass a user exists. Oh, sorry, user email, wasn't it? User email. And so let's just say test@test.com. Try that unrecognized authorization type. What did I, oh, put error here. All right. So we sent the email. It checked on the back end if that we can find the email or you with that email and is returning yes or no. And so we can use this response now in the login page. So when the magic link is clicked, we're going to say, first thing we're going to do is we're going to use this PNC Chore user exists endpoint. And then here we'll say website home URL. And then we don't ever have to worry about that again. It'll work fine for version test, version live, or any other versions we might create. And then this will simply be input emails value, right? And then actually, let's go ahead and create 2 custom events. And this one will be sign the user up. And we'll pass text through there. I'll copy this over. And then we'll say current workflows text is going to be the email, password. And from here, we could actually just go ahead and log them directly in. It doesn't matter, but I would like to actually send them a magic link. So we'll log the user back out and then send a magic link. The email will be current workflows text, and we'll leave that like it is. And parent portal. So we'll just say it expires in 24 hours. That's fine. And then on login, we're going to send them to the parent portal. And on failure, we'll send them back to the login page. So, and this actually, we don't really need to send, it wouldn't hurt. We can send the account data to there. So, but send more parameters. I think this can be really useful. So like on a sign up, we'd probably send a URL parameter when they log in or when they click that and log in for the first time and just say new user. And then this would just equal true. And then when they land on the parent portal, if it says new user true, we know it's their first time there. And then we can show like pop-ups to walk them through some kind of a tour of the page and what they can do. I'm going to leave that there in case we want it in the future, but we're not going to do anything with that right now. So, and then let's just copy this. And this is going to be log the user in. And we'll need either of these on this flow. We'll remove that. All right, so that will be fine. And so we're going to do this check, right? And then we're going to trigger one of these. So we'll trigger log the user in. That should be input emails value. And this will only happen if result of step 1's response user exists is yes. And then we'll change this one to sign the user up. And this will be if result of step 1's user exists is no. Okay, so now we have one button they can click. If they're existing user, we'll log them in. If not, we'll run them through the sign the user up flow. And in fact, let's go ahead and we're going to create an account object here. So we need them to be linked directly to an account object. So we're going to create a new account. We're going to sign the user up. Let's give them account is going to be result of step 1. And then here in step 3, we're going to make changes to current result of step 1. And then we're going to add them to our parent list. And we're going to add current user. All right, so if you're following that, step 1, we're creating a new account, which is what we're using. If you remember here, this is managing essentially all the data within any specific account. And so we're creating a new object there. We're signing the user up, assigning them to that account. And then step 3, we're grabbing that new account we just made and we're adding the current user into the user parent list. All right, and then log the user out and then send the magic link. And all right, that looks like it should work. And in fact, let's do one more thing here. So I'm going to drop this loader element on the page. And this will automatically show the loader, and you can set it to close after a specific amount of time. Or if we do a workflow, we can say when page loaded. Here, let's just do this. Do when true. Do when condition is true. We're just going to do it once, and we're going to say when page loaded entire is yes, then we will hide loader. And so this loader would show on page load. And as soon as the page is fully loaded, it's going to hide it. And then we want to use, so when this link is clicked, so we're not sitting around, let's just go ahead and show that loader again. All right, let's give this a run. Oh, I need to find my email. I just got an email. Go ahead, Tanya. You were going to say something.
Oh, I was just laughing because the loading animation is cute. And my daughter loves cats.
Nice.
And I think it's funny that she was just vacuuming in the background.
All right, so that actually closed itself out. Let's turn off. That'll keep it from closing automatically. All right, and let me get my email loaded here. Okay, let's do this again. So, and actually, if we look in here, we should have a user in the database. We do. All right, and an account. So we've created an account. I'm added as a parent on that account. So let's run this again just to make sure it's not going to duplicate, make sure it's going to log me in this time. So we send the magic link. All right, I got the email. Okay, perfect. We can't see anything, but there it says parent portal. So it logged me in. I'm in the parent portal, and if we refresh this data, still one user and one account. Okay, so I think our login and sign up is working. And now we need to start building out the parent portal. So obviously there's a lot more, and I'm gonna keep saying this because there's a lot we're not gonna get to in a build this size or of this length. We can get the basic functionality, but there's a lot of error handling and there's a lot of there's a lot of things that need to be accounted for. And so apps just don't get fully built in several hours. You can build something that's functional, but it's going to have issues.
Yeah.
So
what you're saying is there's a reason why it can take weeks to build an app.
yes, and I think I say that because there's a lot of content out around building an app in a day or in several hours, and it just doesn't happen, right? I mean, unless it's a little tiny to-do list there's just really nothing that can go wrong. You can create the functionality maybe, but and I think it's important for people to know it's okay if it takes you 2 weeks or it takes you a month to build your app, right? Like,
right.
We're building something that people will use, and we have responsibilities to them. So we have to protect their privacy. We have to protect their data. We have to build in for different scenarios where maybe we try to log them in, but the account's inactive. Like all these different scenarios just take time. And so when you're building, it's a process, and it's something that you go back and forth, and you go in and you'll change your data structure, you'll change your privacy rules, you'll change the UI on your page, but it's okay, I guess, is what I want people to know, that it's okay for that to be the case.
And it's also okay, especially when you're first building, like you don't have the answers to all of the decisions you need to make as you're building and deciding to build an app. So there's going to be a lot of times, like, I mean, you've been through it countless times at this point. So some of the decisions that looked like they weren't even decisions when you were just deciding things in your database, that's just habit. Like you've done it
Right.
so many times. Whereas when you're first starting and you're thinking through your very first app or even your third app, you're just like, so how do I want this to work again? And what are all of the implications of the decision I'm about to make? And that sort of thing. So, by the way, there's a gentleman by the name of Judah Beachy saying, bruh, this is some wizardry.
What up, Judah? That is my brother, in case anyone's wondering.
Well, that's why I found the use of bruh very funny. I figured that was the case.
Judah uses bruh. That is for sure. All right. Okay. So, Thomas, I'm just going to start throwing some groups in here, and you can clean up as I go along.
Got
so
you.
We're just going to make this. This will be our dashboard. And can you send me that password again, Tanya?
Yep, I will.
I promise I will not.
Okay. Let's see. Hang on just 1 second.
Oh. Is it okay that we're showing our private tokens live? Yes. Yes, no one can do anything with them, and they will be changed. It was just that it was just the one for the back end, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
And sending over that new password for you now.
Okay. All right. I got my groups that are defaulted.
You tend to say, I just learned a new way to check user emails. We're so glad to help you learn, Yatunde.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's just one of those that was, I guess, trial and error, right? You have to figure it out, but it's not necessarily the most obvious way to do it. Okay, so I'm going to drop this in here. Let's give this. I don't know what's a tablet width, right?
Ooh, I'll Google it.
760-ish. I think that's fine. I mean, I'm imagining, well, my kids, right? They're going to be doing it on an iPad. So, all right. So this is a row. All right. So I made this container a row. We're going to make all the children in it centered, and then this container group is going to contain pretty much everything. So let's stretch this. Stretch this out. No, excuse me. And let's see. Okay. Let's fit this to content so that stretches out. And we're just going to start creating all right, I don't need that color right there. Let's do, so this is going to be the parent portal, right? And we'll say manage children. You can see we're starting from scratch because we have all of Bubbles styles in here.
Yep. It's one way to tell.
All right. That's we're going to do manage children. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of these. Okay, so manage children. What all are we managing here? We're managing children. We're managing chores. And we're going to manage rewards. I don't know what I'm doing here. Am I messing you up, Thomas? Oh, that's why. All right. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this down, and we'll start on another view. Let's just say this is going to be manage children. And I'm going to duplicate this over into a reusable. I'll duplicate this into a reusable element. I was about to ask if anyone was watching the Rams game, but I don't think it started yet.
I wasn't aware of a game. I did watch the fights last night, though. That was fun.
The fights?
Yeah. UFC.
I had a buddy convince me to do that one time.
Oh, to watch them one time?
Well, he would have convinced me. He wanted me to do it more than one time, but he only managed to convince me to do it once.
Got it.
That's just not my thing. I don't know.
I have a very dear friend that Thomas and I just built an app for, actually, and she and I will Zoom together and watch the fights on Saturdays.
Hey, Thomas, I am actually converting. This is going to be the actual view to manage the children.
Gotcha.
So I think let's just make this like tablet kid friendly, right? So let's do 200%. Yeah. And we're going to change this to add a kid. All right, do what you want to do with it there. Let's put a repeating group in here. And let's give this a thing of account. All right, perfect. And all right, so this repeating group is going to be, we're just going to do a search for child. Account will be parent group's account. So now the truth is, with the privacy rules we've set up, this is already happening. Like we could take this search parameter out and it would still only return the children or the child objects that are connected to this account because the privacy rules are set up for that. I like to add the parameters in there as well, just in case the privacy rule would somehow get unset or there would be something that would loosen it up where other objects could show up. It just seems to make sense to actually maintain that parameter even if you don't need it.
I agree.
Right. So we're not going to do fixed number of rows. We want to show all the items immediately. And yeah, let's just pop that in there. All right, so this is going to be, I'll make this a row, right? And then current sales child's name. That's the only thing we're storing right now. All right, let's grab. We're just gonna make everything big. We'll work on the
mobile stuff later.
We'll work on the mobile stuff and tweak it. This is real life stuff right here. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Feather icon. Oh, Thomas, you must have installed that. I don't think I installed that. Awesome. So let's drop one here. Is there one that's just called edit? I have no idea. Okay. All right, so we manage the kids. We can click to add, and then we can see. All right, let's build a pop-up to add a kid. So we're gonna do that with a reusable element. So we'll just call this add a kid. I'm not going to clone that from anything. And then we're going to make this of type of count as well. And let's convert this to here we go, pop-up. All right, so we just say standard pop-up, that's fine. Let's turn that into a responsive. I forget when creating new things that it's a, you always have to do that. All right, so we're gonna get column. This will be a title, it just says, add a kid. In fact, let's that's not needed right now. You can adjust the width of that pop-up, Thomas. I just realized it's really tiny, isn't it? Right, and a button. This is fantastic. I like working with a designer.
Right? I love it. I love co-building.
All right, so we're gonna, in this pop-up, we're gonna pass the account, and all we're doing here is we're just gonna add a kid, and we're just gonna add their name. So we're keeping it very simple. Let's do start edit, and actually, let me just rename this. Only one input, but it's important to have them named properly. Don't do it on the small things. You won't do it on the big ones. All right, so we're going to create a new thing, and this is going to be a child. We're going to set their name. In fact, just add all the fields. So we'll give them a default pin. Actually, we're not going to do that here, but we're just going to put that here in the database. Let's say child, their default pin is just going to be 1111. All right. So user parent list, we're going to set the list, and we're going to grab, so parent groups account, user parent list. We're going to add both parents or only one parent, whatever it is, but that list will be set directly on the child. We're going to set the account to parent groups account, and then name will be input child names value. And then we're going to actually, I like to create as many of my pop-ups as reusables, and then I like to add custom events just for showing and hiding. Mm-hmm. So we're going to call that show pop-up. In fact, we're going to pass the account directly there, and then let's create another one. And one of the reasons for this is you can set all this. You can set all this directly on pages normally, but when you use a custom event, you're setting states and values that you need directly inside that reusable, and so you're only managing it once, and it's so simple just to trigger that custom event directly from the reusable.
Yeah.
So here we're going to hide pop-up, and go ahead and reset it as well. And in this one, we're going to display display data. Set. I'm missing something here.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to display data in the pop-up. Why is it not?
Oh, did you set it as a pop-up, or did you just put it on the reusable?
Well, the reusable itself is a pop-up.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Right. And so
there should be the group itself, right? The pop-up add a kid.
Should be a display data. Here, we'll show it.
Yeah, but you don't have a group around everything, and I don't think you can change like the data source of the reusable itself with the display data.
I do it
all the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Could have. Yeah, we can definitely fix that, but
wouldn't you? Yeah.
I'll have to look at that later. I might be completely losing my mind, but
I doubt it.
Because you can set, so like I can reset the group, right? And so I've always been able to
reset data? Doesn't that allow you to display data at the same time? Or does it just let you reset it?
It just resets it, yeah.
It. Huh.
Just resets it. I'm going to refresh my page just to see if. Oh. All right, let me give something else.
Yatunde says he usually uses a state.
Yeah. Let's do that. All right. That will work. And then the truth is, like we could set it directly because the pop-up's going to be on a page with an account on it, so we could set it directly. But this will be fine. It's going to drive me nuts until I go into those other apps.
Mm-hmm. Say, was I crazy? What happened? I do that.
I'd be like, yeah, you are crazy.
Wouldn't be the first time I found out I was crazy.
All right, pop-up account. All right, and then let's just go. All right. So if we go back to, oops, wrong one. Manage children. Let's drop that pop up here. And then this will just trigger a custom event from reusable element. It'll be that pop up add a kid, and we'll say show pop up, and then it's going to be parent groups account. Okay. Technically, that should all work. Let's drop it's reusable here. Okay. And then, in fact, let's set up our tabs here in the option set. So we'll say tab parent portal. And then we'll have dashboard, manage kids.
In reference to finding out that we're crazy, Eli, Judah says, to quote Alice in Wonderland, all the best people are.
Alice in Wonderland. That's a crazy book.
Indeed.
All right, so we're gonna give this, where's my tab? Tab parent portal. So it's gonna be dashboard. And so what we're gonna do here is we're setting up tabs we're gonna use as our URL parameters. And then we're gonna say collapse when hidden. And then we're gonna add, we're gonna get from the URL, we're gonna get the get tab out of work. I don't like that word for some reason, but and then tab parent portal, and we'll say is this group's tab parent portal. Actually, on this one, we're going to say is not, because we want this one to be visible immediately. By default, so we're going to say it's not. This one is visible on page load. Okay, and then we can do the same here. We're going to copy and paste this here. We're just going to leave it red for a little bit. We'll say is this group's, and then we just need to change this to tab parent portal, and we'll say manage kids. And then this one will not be visible by default, and it will collapse when hidden. Okay, and then, so let's add a click event on here. We're going to say, in fact, let's just give these all let's give these all a tab type. There's chores. Right. Okay, then we will do this, and we're going to create another custom event. And we'll say navigate. It's going to be a tab parent portal. All right. So when this is clicked, then we're going to trigger that custom event. I'm going to pass this group's tab parent portal. All right. And then here we will go to page. We're going to do parent portal. Send more parameters to the page, and then this is going to be tab, and this would be current workflows, tab parent portal display. And that should work. Let's set that to current page parameters. All right, and I got to change this name. So this is group, manage children. Group manage chores. And group manage rewards. Actually, would normally, even though it's a group, I'll call it a button, just so I know it has a click on it. Right. And then we can just copy paste here and change it to the other groups. Okay, so manage children, manage chores, manage rewards, and that should navigate properly. We do need a breadcrumb here. So we'll just call this breadcrumb. Delete all the children. And let's give this that is very big. I don't know if we'll get the breadcrumbs done, but I'm just gonna add a home button here so we can get back. Navigate, and we're just going to send dashboard. Okay. All right, let's see if we have something working. Oh, let's see. Actually, on page load, we're loading without any tab parameter. We'll just say don't like this. I feel like this is going down a little bit of a rabbit trail. That's not complete. We need more complete logic around showing that dashboard tab, but this is good for now. So if there's no tab, all right, so there we go. So we have, let me zoom in here. All right, so we have manage children, manage chores. And this needs to say this element is visible. Okay, that'll make a difference. All right, so manage kids. Breadcrumbs need to be available or visible always. All right, Thomas, can you hold off just 1 second here?
Gotcha.
All right, let's see if we can add a kid. We'll call him Jim Bob. Oops. Why are we refreshing? All right, you can resume. We have an issue there. Oh, I know why. We have to set this value. So let's give this page, I'm gonna give this page a type of account. And then we're gonna use parent page account. We were creating the kid, but we weren't assigning him to, there we go. We got two kids here, but he wasn't being assigned to an account. So that's why he wasn't showing up.
It's a good question, Ben. Ben is asking when Judah is going to make an appearance on office hours.
Have to ask Judah. Judah is a wordsmith, just FYI.
That's awesome.
Right. So we're going to add.
Ben says, okay then, when is Eli back on office hours? Judah, it's fine. We just want to see you. You can just come hang out with us on office hours. You don't have to teach us anything. It's okay.
All right, pop-up add a kid. Oh, I never set that to trigger the hide, did I? All right. Well, we're close to being able to add a kid. All right. Sweet. We have children. All right, then we need to be able to edit that kid as well. So duplicate. This, we call it up. Edit. I actually should name those the other way around. That's going to get me in trouble. I always try to do the object first and then the action. Seems to make more sense for me. All right, so we're going to change this to child. You can use the same pop-up for editing and adding. I'm writing what I'm saying. But yeah, it just kind of depends on the scenario. It seems fairly simple to just add a kid with one and edit with another. I will make this this is going to be pop-up edit kid edit child's name. All right, and save changes.
Yatunde said he was just about to ask that and that he would use the same pop-up.
Okay. Yeah, I do use the same pop-up quite a bit. I don't know. I don't really have specific reasons why I do sometimes and don't. Probably whether my coffee was any good that day or not.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. Thanks, Yatunde.
I'm running out of things to say.
Oh, you made it 2 hours. You did so good.
I just realized all of a sudden I'm just starting to work and not
You're like,
talking.
oh, I'm just working now. Yeah, I got it. You did good.
I'm getting better.
Yeah, I noticed. Well, I'm going to be right back because it's been 2 hours. So I'm going to take a quick little break.
All right.
And then maybe we could take turns taking breaks.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up for me here in a bit as well. So.
All right. Be back in a sec.
Quick, everyone can talk about Tanya. She's gone. And here we're just setting up the edit pop-up for the kid. I'll pass current sales child to it. And let's see if it works. Jim Bobby. All right. We're good there. I like the breadcrumbs. Thomas, can we make sure there's a home button all the way on the left so that we can just click to go straight home as well?
Gotcha.
I am back.
Everyone was talking about you.
That's allowed.
All right. Okay. So that took longer than I anticipated. But we have children. And I'm going to duplicate this, Thomas, to start working on the chores. Has it been 2 hours already for real?
It has been.
And you're
So
having fun. You're having fun.
We have a live question. It's unrelated to this build, but you might not know it off the top of your head, Eli. So Facebook user is asking, does Bubble have a file size limit when exporting data? I'm using your plugin, Eli. You might remember helping me fix it a couple months ago. So unfortunately, we can't see your name, Facebook user, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming there's some file size limit, but normally what we run into is the issue of that there's a 6 megabyte size limit on the data that can be set to a plugin action. And so if you're doing a search, and this is kind of weird, right? So I'm assuming this is on the CSV creator. So if you're doing a search on the plugin action, and Bubble's going to account for all the data from that search. So even though the JSON that you're creating may not even be close to 6 megabytes, the data that you're retrieving on the search can be way over it. And so we've run into the scenario where you have to do the search separately and create the JSON and then just pass the JSON text directly into the plugin. And so that can be an issue. I'm assuming there's some file size limit, but I don't know what it is.
Thank you. And it's Chase, by the way.
Chase, everybody help me, Chase.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we ran into that exact problem, so that probably did not answer his question. Right, so we're going to add a chore. All right, and this is going to be So there, everything is named the same, and it'll just it'll switch. No, I just messed it up. It'll switch over to a different type without any need to make any changes. Let's see. Okay, so current stage sells chores name, right? So all this is still, because we're using the same name, same field name, even though we changed the type of data this text is still good because we're still referencing a field with the exact same name. All right. I've got to change this name. Try to be baddie. Kid add. All right. Back to the whether to create an ad and an edit pop-up. I do think the more complex the pop-up is, the more likely it is that I'm going to use the same one. It's so simple because there's complexities, right? Because you have to add conditions, like if this record already exists, then go this path. If this record doesn't, then go that path. So there's a balance between if you have 10 inputs on the pop-up, it's easier to add a couple conditions and send it down a different workflow than it is to recreate that all into a different pop-up. If you have one input, it's easier, I think, to create a new pop-up than to manage that condition. And so, I don't know what, I don't know if that's good or not, but all right, this would be, all right, we're going to add a chore.
We kind of had a debate about that in one of the Facebook groups a couple months ago about like all things being equal, if it's the number of workflows or even actions in the workflows versus the number of elements on the page and that sort of thing, for speed purposes, for like page load speed, right?
So
then I also like to take into account who's taking over the app after me.
that makes a difference.
Yeah.
All right, so chore.
So Yatunde, so I think it's, since Eli is putting the pop-ups in reusables, that's less of a problem for page load and performance than if he were just adding the pop-ups to the page directly. So what I've learned from Juan, who learned it from Eli, is that we love reusables for keeping the page itself light on elements and light on workflows. And that helps with editor speed and also page load speed. But more important for the page load speed part, the more of a user's experience you can keep on one page, the faster the app will seem to them, because they'll only have that one page load for that experience as opposed to multiple page loads. But if you're going to keep everything on one page, then I say it's imperative that you learn to work with reusables, because at some point your editor just becomes so slow to work with, it's painful. And reusables will save you on that.
Yeah, I agree 100% on that. When you have a single page, especially something large, like it helps me keep my mind around what I'm building, because I can segment it. I would possibly have a different opinion if Bubble would make a way, if there was a way to have pages within a page natively directly on the page object with Bubble, that would be helpful. But reusables are the way I do it. And frankly, I just pass the states I need to make it work.
Yep. Thanks for watching, Steve.
All right.
Do your kids know you're making a chore app today?
They don't know what I'm making, but Noah loves tutorials. So he's like, "You're making a tutorial?" Well, I mean, yes, in a way, maybe. He loves Minecraft tutorials.
Got it. I just saw an advertisement for like teaching kids to code with Minecraft as like the basis of it. Maybe they'll retarget me.
All right, so we're going to assign a child and an account. All right, mount name. Okay. I'm going to add label text here, Thomas, and we're going to need it on this form.
Eli hit his capacity for narrating.
I do have a capacity for narrating. Like, it's just like all of a sudden it's gone.
You noticed it before I did, though.
That's good. All right, let's see. So name, amount. Right, and days. All right. So let's. All right, so we're going to set, so there's certain days, right? So we say days this should be done. We're going to convert this into oh, we got to install that plugin. Need the multi-tag element. It's the drop down. All right, and then this will be, we created an option set. And so this will be that days of the week. We'll get all of them. We're going to use the display and yeah, this pop-up will probably turn into a add edit, I'm thinking. All right, we're not going to give that a default value. What else are we collecting here? So amount, days, name. And let's see. to add something to us, a way to assign it to a kid. Let's say assign to, and then let's convert this to a drop down. Kid, and then this will be child, and do search for child where count equals pop up chore ads account. Actually, I think we're going to do it this way this time. We're going to put it directly on the page. All right, so it's going to be name. Okay, that works. Child account. And then it's actually, we're going to reuse this multi-select. These multi-select like really need to be clickable tabs and stuff, but they aren't right now. Chore rewards. Chore sign kid. All right, so let's go ahead and add this. All right, so we'll create a new chore. Name is going to be input chore names value, count. Yeah, I'm going to use this for edit too. So change this state to chore. Say if that chore is empty, then we're adding a new one. So we're going to create a new chore. Account child will be input chore assign kids value. Let's see, chore. Oh, we have to create those. All right, so days to do. I'm going to set that list. That's going to be so, oh. So day of week, all day of week, display. Chore days, value, and let's see, so day's name. So type. I'm going to add another state here. And this will be type. chore, and then say assign a kid. All right, when this value changes, let's set state of an element, and type will be assigned. So if this drop-down's value is not empty, and then let's copy paste that. This is just saving us from having to do this in the save. In the save action or save workflow, so this drop-down's value is empty, so it's going to be floating. That's going to be based on whether there's a kid assigned to it or not. So here we'll just set then type will be pop-up chore adds type. Okay. And we'll hide it. This is going to be chore. Okay. That works. So let's duplicate this then. And this will be, if it's not empty, we'll edit changes. It changes to thing. Pop-up chore adds chore. So the count is not going to change. Child could. I'll work on rewards later. Chore amount. Days, we're going to set the list. That will be, put chore days value. Name will be chore name. And then type will again be pop-up chore adds type. We'll get rid of the create. All right, so it's not empty. We're going to make changes. Is empty. We're going to create a new one. And just reset these states. Okay. So when we show this, if we're editing, we're going to pass chore through, and we'll set that state with the chore and then show the pop-up. We're going to set the account on the pop-up directly on the page. And then when we click the button add chore, let's actually put condition here, and we'll say pop-up chore adds chore is not empty, and then format as text. So if it's not empty, we'll say save changes. If it is empty, we'll say add chore. And then let's just copy this up here as well. And we're going to do the same thing. Say add a chore. We'll say edit this chore. Okay. And
I may have accidentally, I replaced one of the inputs on accident and may have cleared all the information you had for the amount. So just wanted to let you know. Sorry about that.
That's fine. We will figure that out. All right, so let's set up our initial contents. Was it this day's one?
Say again?
Was it the days one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. So yeah, we want all of them there. Okay. So all the days pop up. All right. All right, we're going to leave the rewards because we have other work to do on that one. And let's see. All right. Okay, so manage. Don't need these pop-ups. Chore. And so when we click on this, trigger show. Yeah, that's going to keep showing error until I add something there. All right, and this will be the edit. All right, perfect. Okay, so we need, we can go ahead and add multiple groups here. We need for manage chores and manage rewards as well. I gotta set this on the actual pop-up as well. So this is going to be parent groups account. All right. Spring home. Navigate back to the dashboard. Okay. Mount is not working. All right. I think we're getting there. We actually have something functional happening. All right, another kid. It's chores. Let's see if we got to edit this. All right, nothing. Let's add another one. Dishwasher. Puck. And do that on Saturday. Just assign it to anyone. Okay. Can we add some more details on the managed chores repeating group, Thomas?
Sure.
Just like kid assigned.
You want to just add everything from that pop-up?
No, just add it to the actual to the managed chores reusable. So in the actual repeating group where it's displaying data for that chore.
Yeah, he's just asking which fields to show.
Oh, yeah. That's fine. Just the fields from the show, from the pop-up is fine.
Got you.
So, Tanya, I'm going to take a short break.
Sounds like a plan. While we wait for Eli to come back, we can talk about, let's see, what should we talk about, Thomas?
I have a question here. For the repeating group here, current sales chores name.
Yep.
That container element, if you look at it in preview, I'm having a bit of a hard time collapsing that so that the top and the bottom header, I wish I could share my screen so you could see. But what essentially I want to do is, can I really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the button in the middle?
Yes, it is. The one with the arrow pointing up.
Got ya.
I will hide Eli's for the moment.
Cool. Ooh. Nope. So am I sharing? I'm sharing my
You're
screen.
sharing the restream. There you go.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to get rid of this white space here.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I'm having a hard time with this repeating group. Do I just have to group it and then hide it and put a condition on it?
Yeah. So you can't. I think. Well, repeating groups now you can have them collapse when they're hidden, so that should work.
Collapse when hidden. Should I make it not visible and then put a condition
To show
when
it?
something when first item is not empty?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we will just do this.
Still not working?
Mm-mm. No.
Wait, go back to the condition?
Oh, it did work. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, got it. Perfect.
It looks like I just did it on the wrong one. So I will stop sharing.
I will hide your screen.
Thank you.
No worries. We'll turn back Eli's screen back on.
I love how when I mention something to you, it comes to me. I'm like, oh yeah. And
I have had so many people tell me, they're like, all I have to do is ask Tanya and then the answer comes to me. And I'm like,
it literally came to me. And I was like, I can just put a condition.
Yeah, That's the magic of office hours, right? You come on office hours to ask a question so that the answer will magically appear to you. So, but speaking of office hours, we have a new Pro NoCoders member who's joined the team this week. His name is Sam Morgan, and he's going to start running office hours on Thursday evenings at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Excited to have a new face along with Cameron and Juan. And so now you've got 4 of us. You have 4 hosts of office hours. We also have a couple new Vault members recently. So for those of you who are not aware, Pro NoCoders has, in addition to office hours 6 times per week, we also have our Vault. So you can sign up. I put the link down at the bottom here. If you go to pronocoders.com/vault, you can sign up and look at all of our videos. We have video tutorials. We have answers to specific questions. The thing about our vault that we were going after was to make sure that we save you time, right? So there are other vaults out there and you can kind of find things by topic, but we really wanted to make it highly searchable. And then also within the videos, we do timestamping. So when you click on one of our videos in the vault, you can hover over the different points in the video and it will tell you what we're talking about at those specific points. So you can find the point in the video that you really need in order to get your question answered. And Eli is back. Welcome.
Hey. All right. Where are we at?
Sorry, I'm still I was figuring something else out. But do you want me to just drop all the values just into each cell horizontally?
I mean, that's fine. It can be, well, I'd probably just, you could do it. You could do it vertically as well. Whatever's easy. Okay. It's just something to give us some indication of what's there.
Okay, yeah.
So.
Oh, Sanders asking if there are new moments for office hours. Well, we have six office hours sessions every week. So Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and then we added a second session on Mondays at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. So 6 sessions per week. And members get to join our Slack, which has been hopping lately. It's been a lot of fun.
All right. Did you talk about anything interesting while I was gone?
I was able to act as a muse for Thomas for answering his question. And then, we talked about the vault because we have 2 new vault members today. So,
excellent.
Yeah.
Move this into here. And
got to make plans for the next members only Sunday session.
well, yeah, what do you have in store for that?
So the last 2, the first one was Active Campaign. The second one was, oh my gosh, Airtable. We did a deep integration with Airtable. And then let's see, next I was thinking 2-way texting. So either with Twilio or ClickSend. Is that the other one?
Mm-hmm.
and being able to send texts to your users, but also be able to receive texts back from your users and manage them in your app.
That would be good. Twilio Studio would be something good to run through sometime too.
And then we're going to be back.
I haven't used ClickSend enough to know what all they have, but yeah, that would be very useful, I think.
Got it. And then I think you said you wanted to do another session next weekend on portal best practices, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So when you're setting up your user portals, we can run through the do's and don'ts.
Yeah. All right. This is a very basic the dashboard for sure, but we just need to set up rewards. And I'm just realizing we forgot to add something. So on this pop up to add a kid, I actually need to create a reward, right? Something, an account for them. We'll do I'm gonna have a date redeemed. It's gonna be ink. Right. Okay.
It's your narration reminder.
Yeah. All right, and this may be something we have to think back through as we get there. I think it will work. We just need kind of a default value reward, right? That anything that's not applied to a specific reward is applied to. So I think this might end up just being the
bank account.
Yeah, I think we might just need to add a field of an aggregated total on that, because we're not actually going towards an amount. It's just aggregated from everything else. But okay, so we need to add one more here on the parent portal, and let's Thomas, let's just minimize the text a little bit on those repeating groups as well, so it's obvious, like this is like data against the actual title of the page.
I guess for responsiveness, I'll just make them kind of like a card.
That's fine.
Yep. Cool.
All right, so we're gonna just copy over from here. Let's clone this. This should be manage rewards. And we are just kind of doing the same thing over and over, you know? I mean, it's a lot of that in bubbling is it's the good thing, right? Ultimately, as you learn as you learn the basics, it just compounds on itself, and everything is made up of a strung together kind of core, different actions. It's just learning how to string them together in more complex ways.
Yep.
Add, so there's going to be a button, add a reward. When you say yup like that, it just makes you think you're just entirely bored.
No, I'm not. I was reading Sandra's excellent question. Is the Pro NoCoders extension already available for everybody? Not bored at all.
Boy, we're talking Tanya's language there.
Mhm.
She asks me that every week.
I do. Twice a week.
Twice a week. Soon. Right? Soon.
Yeah, soon.
Soon.
But you'll notice that Eli used it a lot at the beginning of building this app just to structure things on the page.
Yep. All right, I'm going to nest a repeating group here. So let me copy this. And energy child. And so we're going to search for children here. I'm confusing myself because I keep saying kid and child, and we'll get there. All right. We're going to push this up, make that vertical, and then let's see. Let's do max 300. Max. So we can drag that in. All right, cool. And delete that, and we'll make this repeating group column. This will be 10. All right. And then this is going to be, so we're going to do RG rewards. Account will be manage rewards account. And child will be current sales child. Okay. Should do it. Let this stretch back out. All right. Just copy that down. We're going to make this smaller. And we'll just give this a title for the actual repeating group list. Available rewards. Okay. That must be inside a group. right, so Archie child. Then oh, we have this over here. I couldn't see that. Why is that not getting smaller? All right, that'll be fine. So this will be current sales rewards name, and it will only be for the child that is assigned there. All right. So we can drop this into the parent portal. And we'll do manage rewards. All right, I'll get rid of that. Put the new one in. This will be current page account. Okay. See what we're looking at. All right, so they don't have any, but if we add a new child, they should have one. I must have made a change when I moved it inside the other group. Let's see, manage children.
I'm inviting reinforcements to help keep us talking.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
It's no worries.
Who's coming in?
I'm inviting Ben.
Nice. Excellent. All right.
No, it's not because you never shut up. It's because you always have good things to say, Ben. That's why I'm inviting you.
And because he never shuts up.
Yes, that too.
That's a good thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Ben?
Hey.
Oh, it's that weird sound.
Okay, one second. How's that?
Better, much better.
Cool.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We should just like have him on standby every time, because I'm going to get like 2 hours in and just run out of stuff.
I'm impressed, honestly, that you did so well. I'm pretty happy because it's easy when you're working to get like, I'm just going to do this and focus on it. So
Yeah. For me, I think I get to like the point where I'm just kind of doing the same stuff over. I'm like, surely no one wants to hear me say exactly what I'm doing over and over again.
Yeah.
So entertain us, Ben.
I want to know if, probably a question for Tanya, if it's syncing between what Thomas is doing and what Eli is doing, and how that works, if you've got two people working on it.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. It's automatic. Bubble just handles it. So the times when it gets a little tricky is when you're actually testing in preview. Then you want to ask the other person who's helping out to stop working for a little bit so that you don't keep having to refresh in the middle of what you're doing.
Cool.
But the first time I ever did co-building like this was with Callum, actually. Callum and I were working on a client app back, I think like in May of last year. And he was like, can you help me do this? And he was working away while I was working. And I was like, oh, this is actually working out pretty well. It's a lot of fun. And now Thomas and I have built an app together in much the same way.
What's the final plan with this app, guys? Is it going to be wrapped, or is it going to be Eli's personal collection? Is it going to be a template? What's the go? Do we know yet?
Initially, it was just going to be for my kids.
And then Tanya said.
And then Tanya said, I have a kid that needs that. So we're building this so it works for multiple people. So, I mean, I guess the option's there for about anything, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you have kids, Ben?
I've been trying to test.
No.
What was that, Thomas?
I was going to ask Eli. I've been trying to test. I haven't run as a user. Do I have to run as a user for the repeating group to display?
You will, yes.
I guess so. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Some privacy rules.
So when we get there, I'll be ready with a test Stripe account. We can hook it up and people can sign up.
Will Stripe be the way of paying the kids into a bank account?
Ooh, no, probably not.
That's going to be a manual. It's going to be a manual scenario.
Yeah.
And then you'll just on the payment click up to date or something like on those other kind of splitting apps.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, they'll be able to claim their rewards or whatever they've earned, right? And then that will mark them as having earned, and you will have to live up to your promises.
Yeah, I can tell that Illy's sense of chores, like, and rewards and money in general is off. She'll like offer to pay me like money to buy her something, and she's willing to pay much more than what it's actually worth. I'm like, this doesn't mean much to you, does it?
Oh, that's good times.
Yeah.
My kids, like they do chores, like they have their chores, but I don't know. I just feel like the world is a technology place. Like it's just what it is, and sooner they kind of, and they can play games and get around on the computer and iPad way above their level, and that's how they're going to be interacting as adults. And so it feels like a good thing to kind of start bringing that interaction into things they're doing, rather than just games and fun stuff.
You could almost gamify this app really too, couldn't you?
You could. All right, we are 3 hours in now?
We are. And how far are we in the app?
I don't know. How many more weekends do we have?
Well, until we don't.
We may end up having to split this one into next weekend and pushing the next one onto the next weekend.
That's fine.
It's always like that. I always underestimate the amount of time it's going to take.
We all do. That's never not the case. I have only one time encountered an issue where we overestimated how long it was going to take the dev to do something.
What was the original plan for this week versus next week?
So this week is the Chore app, and next weekend was going to be the best practices for portal building.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So if we have to move that back another weekend or two, we can.
I have a question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
You seem to be awake all the time.
I don't sleep.
That's what I'm starting to think.
I sleep between 4 and 6 hours a night, and that's 6 is my maximum.
Really?
Yeah. As you can tell, I have no kids because I only sleep 4 to 6 hours a night.
That could be an indication that you do have kids too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's something though. So you just don't need more than that.
I used to, and then over the course of probably 6 months, I just kind of trained my body that, like for office hours in the morning here, it's 5 a.m. I don't even need to set an alarm. I'll just be awake. I'll just wake up.
Wow.
Yep. And because he's always at the morning office hours, it feels like he was already awake, even though I know you're just waking up then.
Oh, yeah. How long does is that not normal? How long does everyone else sleep for?
You know, I honestly probably don't sleep much more than that on average. I kind of vacillate between 3 or 4 hours and 7 or 8.
Mm.
But that's mostly just bad habits. I just stay up doing stuff.
I'm usually awake by 7 a.m., regardless of what time I go to bed.
Mm.
It's rare for me to be awake past midnight, but it does happen sometimes. In the summer, I wake up a lot earlier.
I think the other reason I'm probably seem to be online or doing kind of these things more often is I don't play video games. I don't use Netflix. I don't like any of that kind of extra stuff.
Yeah, that would make a difference.
I turn on Netflix when I can't bubble because I'm too tired to bubble.
Mm.
Or sometimes I do it while I'm bubbling.
I've definitely done that. If I'm doing like repetitive tasks, like Eli was just talking about, the stuff where you do it over and over again, I'll put something on in the background.
Yep.
Spotify definitely gets a workout. Podcasts definitely get a workout.
Well, so when I say that I'll turn on Netflix, I don't mean I'm watching something new on Netflix. I mean I'm watching the same show that I've watched a billion times before. So it doesn't matter if I'm paying attention or not. But to that end, I don't watch anything new on Netflix anyway. I never watch new things.
I do.
What's new, Eli? What should we watch?
I'm trying to think. There was a new show, La Brea. That's on Hulu. But it's around time travel, which is I'm a sucker for. Back and forth between like 10,000 BC and current day.
So it's a current version of Quantum Leap.
Similar. It essentially the storyline of it was a big sinkhole opens up in the middle of LA, and people fall through and they go through the light, right? And wind up in LA, but in 10,000 BC.
Cool.
Cameron has a question.
Okay.
He's what's that? Cameron is asking, he's working on a job listing app for his brother's customer service business. He wants to know if he was to add anything to the vault, is there something in particular we'd like to see as he builds out that feature? So for those of you who don't know, Cameron is one of our pro NoCoders. He helps me with office hours on Fridays, and I think also Tuesday evenings. Yeah, Fridays and Tuesdays.
He's building out what?
A job listing app for his brother's customer service business.
I mean, there's a million
Nice.
kind of little functions there that would be great for the vault.
So I should just tell him to turn on Vimeo or Loom and just keep recording.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'll do. And those are the kinds of things, folks, that go into the vault. So as I was saying before, we did Active Campaign, like deep integration with Active Campaign, go into heavy detail with the API, how that works. So that video is in the vault. Then we did deep integration with Airtable. Ben, you were there for both of those, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
It's because I don't sleep.
Or watch Netflix.
So
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
there's
the
a
Airtable one
ton
was
of stuff in
great.
there that would be useful.
Yeah. The Airtable one was great because there was very little, I mean, as well as Active Campaign, but I guess I use Airtable more. There's very little tutorials or anything on integrating those two. So that one's kind of an all-round everything you want to do with Airtable. How are you finding building while other stuff is going, Thomas?
I'm gonna add him. Okay, you're added back, Thomas.
Say again, Ben? And thank
How are you finding like building out while Eli's doing this stuff? Is it easy to do, or is it something you have
Good.
to watch for?
Sometimes I trip up a little bit on the repeating group responsiveness, but I usually get the hang of it. It's not too bad. I enjoy it.
Are you watching Eli's feed while you're doing yours and then just following on from what he's doing?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not able to get the repeating groups to display on my end. I'm not sure why. I know privacy settings, but I
What are
ran
you
as
running?
you.
You're running as me?
Yeah, because there's only one person in the database.
Oh, true.
Or, yep.
Um,
I guess I could just sign in, huh?
repeating groups none of them are
The chores, managed chores.
yeah, or none of the repeating groups are working for you.
Yeah, the managed chores wasn't working for me when I ran as, and I don't know if it's because I'm running a condition on the repeating group, which when the first item is not empty, hide it.
Are there any chores in the database to show?
Should be.
Oh, cool. Seems to work for you. Did not work too well for me.
I mean, if you want, you could try going through the login process and just see
I'll
if
give
it
it a
works
shot.
for a different user. It shouldn't make any difference that both of us are logged in from different places, but all right. All right, so it seems like we can create everything. And let's see, choose a kid. Don't have to have that, but let's see. Actually, let's go back to parent portal. I'm going to give this a little bit more life. How's your build coming, Ben?
Slow grind, trying to find more hours in the day, but yeah, it's good.
You working on it pretty much full time?
What was that, sorry?
Are you working on it pretty much full time, or?
Oh no way.
No,
I got
okay.
some other stuff I need to do, but you know, every spare minute kind of goes into either doing courses or learning more, or you know, any of that kind of stuff. I think with the updates that Bubble's doing at the moment, the more kind of courses you can do and better understanding you can get, the better. I guess it'll be interesting when the new responsive engine comes out of beta.
Yeah, I'm waiting on some changes. It's still like if you don't work from the outside in, or if you happen to miss some weird group in there, and then you change it to like if you change like a fixed group still from fixed to row or column, everything inside just is automatically set to that fixed width.
Mm.
So hopefully when they come out of beta, they have some of that stuff fixed up. But
has anyone heard any?
They keep adding some little things here and there.
Yeah. And to keep up with that, do you recommend just staying on the forums? That's the best place to keep up to date with the little changes?
Yeah, I think so. They have that little monthly thing they do every month, which is quite cool.
Did you this will be I know Tanya loves doing it, but did you scope this app before you decided to do it?
Nope.
I didn't bring that up because I knew that was the answer. But
it would probably have been good. But the general idea of what it was going to be was there, but yeah, we didn't do any scoping on it. Tanya probably won't let that happen again.
Tanya is well, I can speak for myself since I am me. I'm a huge fan of scoping.
All right. So Tanya, we're coming up on a bit of a break in the build, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like we can dive into the children's portal, which is going to be a pretty big part of it, or we could just kind of clean up the parents portal and make it look better. I don't think we're going to get through everything today.
Okay.
Sorry. What do you think?
Well, let's see. So how much longer do we have for today?
It's 3:30. Well, for me, it's 3:30.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, then I'd say don't worry about, like, I mean, if the parent portal is functional and it's just a matter of cleaning stuff up, then let's dive into the child's portal.
Okay. All right.
Now, is child's portal at all something that you can borrow from what you've already built, or no?
Yeah, some. I would almost like to have like some design done around it.
Well, if you want to stick on the parents portal,
into it, like it feels functional in the parents portal, but it feels like we have a long ways to go to make it usable.
okay. Well, then let's focus on the parent portal for today, and we can revisit the child's portal next week.
Okay. Sounds good for me. So, I'm actually going to start working on this header a little bit, I think.
Do you think this app, from I guess a parent and child perspective, will be used more on a computer or a mobile?
Mobile.
Yeah.
I would think. I mean,
Yeah, for my kids,
from the
it'll be on
parent,
my iPhone.
yeah, from the parent's perspective, I could see a computer. But like from my kids' perspective, it's gonna be their tablet or one of our phones.
So what width are you building in?
I think I was at 760.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what the builder width is. the builder with itself is gotta look at the page, 960. But we've been building out these views at 760.
Is there a reason behind that?
It just seemed more closer to a tablet size.
Gotcha.
You're not wrong. It's 768 for most iPads.
Is that the size you generally like to build in? Because I know there's a lot of different theories around page size.
No, I normally build around 860, I think.
Yeah, that's the size of the groups in Canvas, right? Is 860?
Oh, that's probably right. That's probably why I'm building that. But honestly, like, I don't do a ton of like scratch builds design.
Mm-hmm. So the way Thomas and I worked on this last app that we just finished the other day is first I scoped it all out, and then all of the functionality I built in prototype pages. In the old responsive editor, I just was like throwing things on the page and made it work there. And then he took it and replicated the functionality in these really beautiful pages.
I do notice some page load. The speed of the editor is definitely a little slower, just because we're both working in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely noticeable.
Did you notice that when you and I were working together?
Well, since we're like working, not really, but that's because we were kind of like doing it in spurts, and I'd let you do your thing, and then I'd do my thing.
Gotcha.
But Eli and I are doing it at the same time, so it's like.
I was also wondering if it might be because you're streaming.
Maybe that might be too. Yep.
That does make a difference.
Yeah.
So will these dashboards be visible, like essentially just not visible, then visible depending on the account type? Is that how you're going to do it?
Yeah, so we'll have a separate page that we're going to use as the actual children's portal. But essentially, a parent's user will be able to be either in parent mode or kid mode.
Gotcha.
And so the actual user that's logged in will be the parent. And then they would log into the tablet, right? And then it would default into kids mode on login. And to go from kids mode to parent mode will require a password. But it'll always default back into kids mode, which is on a completely separate page.
Mm-hmm. And you're not building in in Canvas for this one, Eli?
I'm not. I like being able to keep it as light as I want.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Canvas is not on the new responsive yet either.
That too. So
That looks good.
I like the kids that.
Add badges up at the top.
What's that?
Thomas could add like badges at the top of each one to help differentiate them.
The
Badges.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, what do you mean by badges?
Like icons or something for children, chores, and rewards to expand, like make the tiles there taller and then just put a different icon on each so that they like are just visually differentiated instead of just by text.
Inside the parents' dashboard?
Yeah, for where it says manage children, manage chores, manage rewards.
Just have an icon to the left of it.
Or yeah,
I'd go above it.
I was thinking above, yeah.
Above and left.
Right.
Yeah.
So Ben, if you don't sleep, what do you do for fun? You don't
What's that?
do Netflix. You don't sleep and you don't do Netflix. What do you do for fun?
I'm pretty nerdy. I like trying out like new apps and new things. I recently for Black Friday sales, I bought a yearly subscription half price for a thing called Blinkist. Do you use Blinkist?
Oh yeah,
No.
I used to belong to Blinkist, like when they very first started.
Yeah, so it's basically a way to read books, but in 15-minute. Like they give you basically the highlights of everything.
Oh, they're the ones that are like the average CEO reads.
Yeah. But I mean, I used to use Audible and that kind of stuff, but honestly, a lot of books, I just really want the highlights.
They're just fluff, yeah.
So I do that a lot. I do a lot of courses, a lot of training. I think this year alone, I've done 8 or 9 courses already. Yeah.
A lot of books should have been a blog post, is what you're saying?
Pretty much. It's like a lot of meetings should have been an email.
This is true.
I know, maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I should be on Netflix.
No, you're not missing anything. Says the person who doesn't watch any new Netflix stuff.
You should definitely be on Netflix.
Maybe I
He
should
just,
get the new PS5, whatever the new one
Is
is.
that what you guys mean with the icons? With the icon, like manage children right above?
yeah, are you asking if that's where we wanted it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
got
that.
it. Yeah, I'll fix it. Centered looks pretty good.
What icon packs do you like to use, Thomas?
Feather icons.
Yep.
I like them round and chubby.
What about you, Ben?
I think Icons 8 is great. You get access to thousands and thousands of different icons. You can update colors. You can, there's animated ones. There's all sorts of things, and pretty much free downloads. And also you get them in SVG, so it's good for performance. That would be my go-to. I know a lot of people like material icons, but I think they're pretty limited. Like you can only use material, whereas Icons 8 has material, but then it has a lot of other styles as well.
Yep.
Do you have a go-to, Tonya?
No, I don't think like that. I just do whatever comes with the icon click on the left there, third one down in visual elements.
I guess you don't really need icons for back-end or recursive workflows.
Nope. It's too quiet.
So quiet.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, is that just my internet bugging out?
No, I think sometimes it just like it shuts down everyone at the same time, and then it's like really silent.
Yeah.
Because none of us were on mute then, so it's like. All right, it's second break for me. I'll be right back.
Looks like Eli's on mute. I don't know. I see his mouth moving.
Oh, I was on mute. Sorry, guys. My AirPods have died, so hopefully this does not recirculate through my mic too much. I mean, quiet's good, right? Like, that's what we're doing here.
I'm usually pretty quiet when I'm working.
Where did the idea for this app come along, Eli?
It's been something I've been thinking about, and it just kind of popped up, and I don't know, probably when I wasn't sleeping and I should have been. But
we what's the pain point? Were you just sick of pen and paper, or things not getting done, or
it's both. Something that's easy to manage. That's our difficulty is if if it's pen and paper, I'm not going to get it done. And it seems easier for my wife and I to sync up this way. And who knows, right? Like it's one of those things that might be like a complete bust if the kids like never use it. But yeah, I just felt like it would work better than what we had going on.
I'm back.
Where'd you go?
Went to get some water and to the restroom.
Well, sorry, I just didn't realize you were gone.
No, I did. I said I was taking a break and that I would be back.
Oh, my AirPods died, so I'll blame it on that.
Okay, that works.
But I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't trying to be rude.
It's not a problem. I think everybody can understand both of those needs. We all have them. And certainly anybody who's interested in a chore app for kids would understand that.
Yes, this is true.
Here's a question. Being a non-parent, would this app, do you think, have usability with inside maybe like share houses or something like that?
Ooh. Yeah, I do.
Or even for the parents who, my partners in the past have often accused me of not doing my share,
We've all been there, Ben.
What, the one being accused or the one accusing?
Oh, no, I've been accused.
No, I liken it to the fact that like, even just this week, I live with my used to be husband, my husband, and he said something about how I never do something in the kitchen, and I'm like, I always do that thing, and I think the problem is that he wouldn't notice if I did it. He only notices when I forget to do it. So to say that I always do something or don't do something is not really an accurate statement. But
just thinking of other uses.
Yep, I think
us non-parents.
That makes sense. But then what happens for the rewards part of it?
I think we all know the answer to that.
Have to make the rewards an adjustable title.
Mm-hmm.
The kids app is called Rewards. You can call it what you want.
You get to stay for another month.
Why would I do that? All right. We're making a very gray app here, Thomas.
You don't like it? I can change the colors if you want.
I don't know what colors to put on there.
Do you want to make it more springy?
Customizable swatch.
Just need
More
orange,
kid-like.
and yellow and green and the ugly of those colors, not the ones that adults like. The ones that your kid demands, and then you have to look at for years.
Let's do watermelon as a theme for colors.
Watermelon?
Mm-hmm. I think that works for kids stuff. When I was homeschooling Illy, we had a homeschool app for her that was watermelon colors.
We should allow the parent to add an image of the kid We could put a little icon right above
Mm.
kid's name. All right, this need to be able to go into chores available to manage. Then you'll be able to click and go into this person. I think we're missing that in here. We need a profile. We need a profile view for the kid.
Mm-hmm.
So manage children, manage chores, manage rewards. But then you can click into the Jim Bobby. What a name. And then see all just his chores, his rewards inside that profile.
And as chores accumulate, are you going to have like a rolling total of like, so you don't have to pay out after every chore?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're going to be applying their rewards to specific things for the most part.
Cool.
Is Pablo popping in at all, Tanya?
I had him hop on Pro NoCoders for a bug, so I'll remind him that we're here. Oh, we lost Thomas, it looks like.
We lost Thomas.
From the stream, so he'll be back. Pablo, yeah, when Pablo gets the bug fixed, he's going to pop on. Here he is. Thomas is back. Yeah, Wi-Fi gets that way. Thomas said his Wi-Fi is being dumb.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does get that way.
Mm-hmm. So you're working on the child's profile from the parent portal.
Mhm.
Got it.
It's the beginning of it. It's I think we just all ran right out of
Things to say?
things to say.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right, what are we doing?
We're working on the child's profile from the parent portal for being able to assign things to specific kids.
You just going to do that via a pop-up, or how are you going to? What's the plan?
No, it'll go into like directly on the page. So let's see. Onto the parent portal here. Oh, color.
Hey,
Aha. I like color. Color's good.
It is.
All right. Let's manage child specific. I love that you can collapse reusables. All right, so let's see. This is going to be.
is it the same to collapse reusable? Just use like a toggle button, a toggle workflow, or?
Yeah, like right. So you just use the collapse when hidden, and then change the visibility. I normally just change the visibility via conditional. So like for this, this view will show right when we're on the tab manage children, and then this reusable, I'm just going to get a child. From the URL, and if it's not empty, then this one will be visible, and then I'll do the same on the actual main area. If it's not empty, then it will be invisible. So when we click on that child, then we can go straight to the page, send that parameter, and these will swap out. In fact, let's see. We need this to be data source here. This is going to be get child from page. And then on the manage children, I'm going to update this instead of triggering. Just turn that off for now. This is going to be a go to page. And it'll be parent portal. And then we're going to send one more parameter. We're send current page parameter and send one more, and then this will be child. Current sales child unique ID.
Will it be like a parental settings as well? So it's like 2 parents or 3 parents, or
As far as
like you're saying, like manage the child accounts. What about managing parents' accounts? Are you going to have a different?
oh yeah, we'll have to create a settings for the parents themselves.
Gotcha.
That's not priority really.
Mhm.
On this at this level or on this initial build, I don't think.
Yeah, parents can share an account for now.
But yeah, we'll just have to have a settings page for them as well.
I was more thinking for like kids with like 2 homes, separated parents.
Oh, for like managing chores in 2 different homes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not catch that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that could be.
that's
that
an interesting. Yeah, that would make sense. That's going to be a common scenario.
Mm.
Yeah, we'll have to add a home object in here to specify.
But that's cool because that would allow parents who are not necessarily together in the home, save up together for things with the kid.
Hmm.
I guess that would be a more and more common situation these days.
Very common.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I like that.
Mm-hmm. It looks good.
This is why I build functionality and not design, though.
Both Ben and Thomas are very heavy into design, and they're both excellent.
Well, we should give Ben access to the app.
That's dangerous.
All right, rewards.
Pablo has fixed
What am I doing here?
bug and should be joining us soon, I think. Same,
Who's
Ben. Same.
Who's that, Tanya?
Pablo?
Hey, Pablo.
Yeah, Pablo should be joining, hopefully.
Pablo always has something to say.
Yep. Let's see.
Ah, there we go.
Do you have any advice on fixing issues? Do you do it as you like? If you see one pop up, do you do it straight away, or
I like to fix things. I like to fix things in real time.
Yeah.
It can get a bit you're jumping around. But like if I'm working a specific thing, I might wait to fix the issues until I'm done with the specific thing I'm working on. But I hate jumping from an element to another element, leaving issues on that other element. It
Yeah.
just seems like it comes back to bite you too often.
Yep. It's also, I think, too easy to get in the habit of thinking like, oh, well, I'm the dev on this, so I'll be able to figure it out later. But something I run into, and something you should consider, even if that's likely to be true, is that even if you're building your app for yourself, like if your app takes off, there's a good chance you'll be hiring somebody else to take care of it. So I always recommend building it as if somebody else is going to take it over.
Mm.
In which case, it's important to keep up with those things.
Now, this nested repeating group is acting differently. It's weird. I wish it'd be easier to manage currencies and from different countries. So you have to hard code the format as.
I think I did that with option sets. Remember the app where I was having so much trouble last year, Eli, with Stripe? It was a year ago.
Well, no, like this right here. So if we're going to format the display, like there's no way of making this dynamic.
I think there's no way to make the currency dynamic, but I think I don't think I used currency for the formatting. I think I used number, and then I used a character, and I used a option set.
Yeah. Even still, so like your decimal separator, right? Like your thousand separator, your decimal separators change across countries.
It's true. I didn't worry about that so much. I just worried about the currency symbol, and then I use the option set dynamically. So.
Gotcha.
Because the app I was building wanted to handle 5 different currencies with Stripe. I was like, this is a little crazy. Oh, Pablo's here.
Hey.
Hey.
What up, Pablo?
How is it going?
Come rescue us.
Yeah, we're all tired. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, but I bet it's going well. I need
Yeah.
to watch the replay and everything.
Yep, there's lots of good stuff.
Lots of goodies, lots of learnings, I bet.
Yep.
Nice.
We dove in full blast and just ran right out of steam.
Did you stop to eat at all, drink, go for a walk?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
We should. So I do think we're kind of getting to a place here, though, that's
A good stopping point.
yeah, we're not really doing anything different aside from just kind of running around, changing colors and changing the design on it.
Yeah.
But it's already working.
The parent portal is mostly working.
Nice.
We haven't got started on the kids yet.
Well, it's a lot of work. It's a long gap.
Yep.
Oh, so you can manage your children. Alice in Wonderland.
So the child manager.
Nice. Oh, super nice. So when they have like the available rewards, you can assign them
Yep.
to them. And now you just have to do the kids portal so that they can actually pick the chores that they want, right? And see the rewards that they have available.
Yep.
Yeah. Super nice.
Yep. And as Ben pointed out, we need to add the ability for multiple homes for kids with separated parents as well.
Yeah, that's a super good point. And has it been set up as a SaaS?
The data structure is there. We
Nice.
haven't built any subscription, but everything is enclosed within an account.
Nice, nice. So you have there the preparation for when the subscriptions. Yeah, it's important. Are you planning on finishing it today, or are you planning on doing version 2?
We're gonna have to do another weekend. I have like hit my limit, I think.
I mean, 4 hours is a long time. Yeah.
It is.
Especially live, because you're like having to think about like what you're saying and how you're doing things so that other people can understand, and you're working with Thomas. Yeah, it is a lot.
Yeah. Talking while building. That's always tricky.
He nailed it for 2 whole hours, Pablo.
Wow,
Like,
that's
yeah.
amazing. Super nice. I have a flight tomorrow. I think I might download the video and watch it.
You need some reason to go to sleep, right?
No, I mean maybe after the second hour, if that's true what you said. The first 2 hours were super dynamic, and then
Yep.
you ran out of steam, which
Wow.
is totally understandable.
I haven't run out of steam quite like that in a while. Like,
Yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging.
so
And but yeah, I think like setting up the kids portal plus the subscriptions, that's amazing content for a second live stream. Yeah.
yeah, I think it's definitely gonna have to be a different day for that. But hey,
We'll come back next Sunday, maybe,
do it
or
next week.
maybe
We'll do it next
Saturday.
week.
It's up to you.
And I'll have some good times.
Nice.
I like the colors, Thomas.
Yeah, design is pretty
You know
nice.
what's hilarious is I'm actually kind of colorblind. So I was gonna ask you. I was gonna be like, are these too bright or too dark, or because the red and the green can be a little off for me sometimes, especially when they're a little light.
No, they look fantastic. You heard the word watermelon and you ran with it. I'm so
I did. Notice how I made it the first one too.
Mhm.
It's kids just like wild colors. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we'll have to ask a kid, right, to see.
Right.
their opinion. But
It was so funny when Illy was little. She would like if you would ask her what her favorite color was, she said pink, but I think it was because she thought that was supposed to be her favorite color. Because every time she had any choice on anything, she would choose yellow. Like she would choose things that were yellow all the time. I was like, I'm pretty sure the pink's not your favorite color.
that's funny. Yeah.
Do you guys mind if I just like mess around with the design while we're not online?
Go for it.
have
Yeah.
fun.
I like to do that. So
Awesome. Well, is that it for today, Eli? Should we wrap things
Yeah,
up?
I think I'm done.
All right. Well, we will be back next week to finish up this app, at least the children's portal of it. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we would love to see you on office hours. So please go sign up at pronocoders.com, become an office hours member, come on our sessions, ask us the questions that you have regarding Bubble. Let's see about to check in this chat here. Yes, Carlos, this will be available right away, I think. I think it will stay available for you. We're not hiding this at all. This video will be watchable on Facebook and also YouTube. So thank you for watching, and we will see you again next time.